Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
A hush lay over the northern world, the kind of silence that settles only where memory itself feels afraid to linger. Far beyond the lands where travelers still dared to tread, north of the gray seas and the wind-swept plains, the broken crown of Thangorodrim loomed like jagged teeth. Snow gathered in its hollows, ice clung to its cliffs, and no living sound stirred across the vast ruin where once Morgoth Boglir held throne and terror. Yet something did stir. Deep beneath the ancient stones, where tunnels had collapsed and fire had once raged, a tremor passed through the dark. It was faint at first, only a shiver in forgotten halls, but it grew, pulse by pulse, into a voiceless whisper that seeped through cracks of the earth. Old iron groaned. Dust fell from ceilings that had stood untouched for ages untold, and in the shadows, where no beam of the sun had ever reached, an imprisoned spirit stirred from its long binding sleep. Far to the south, unaware of this awakening, a young ranger named Amdir moved silently through the hills of arid Luin. The wind was sharp, carrying with it the scent of pine and distant frost. Amdir halted beside a weathered stone and crouched low, studying a small cluster of strange footprints pressed into the soft earth. They were deep, as if laid by something heavy, yet the stride was swift, far too swift for any beast he knew. He brushed snow from the top print and frowned. "These marks were not here yesterday," he murmured. Amdir rose and scanned the empty slopes. The day was clear, but a chill lingered that felt unnatural, as though winter had arrived before its time. Even the birds seemed to avoid the valley below, where a dim mist clung stubbornly to the ground. He stepped forward but paused as another set of footsteps approached from behind. Light, graceful, and familiar. "You found something again," said Alarwin, her elven voice soft as running water. She drew back her hood, revealing hair the color of silver birch. "Your eyes are sharp today." "Not sharp enough to know what made these," Amdir replied, "but whatever it was, it fled north at great speed." Alarwin knelt, her hand hovering over the footprints without touching them. Her brow tightened. "These prints, they hold no warmth. Something cold passed this way. Cold of spirit, not merely of weather." Before Amdir could answer, the ground beneath them trembled, only for a heartbeat, but both felt it. Alarwin rose swiftly. "Again? That is the third time this week." "It came from the north," Amdir said. "Always the north." The elven woman gazed toward the distant horizon where the sky darkened unnaturally beneath the weight of ancient mountains. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "The ruins of Angband do not sleep, Amdir. They brood." Amdir looked at her sharply. "You believe the tremors come from there?" "I fear so." She drew her cloak tightly against the wind. "And if that is true, we must not ignore it." They began descending the slope together, moving with steady purpose toward the camp of their companion, Durin Stonehand, who waited beside a dying fire. The dwarf looked up as they approached. His thick beard rhymed with frost. "You two took your time," he grumbled, though his dark eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Found aught worth freezing for?" Amdir nodded. "Tracks, strange ones, and more tremors?" Durin huffed. I felt a shaking. Nearly spilled my tea. If the mountains keep twitching like that, I'll start thinking the tales of Morgoth's lingering curse hold truth." Ilarwin exchanged a quick glance with Amdir. "It may be more than a curse," she said. "There is movement in the north, movement beneath the earth itself." Durin set aside his cup. "Then we'd best follow these tracks of yours. If something stirs in the ruins of Thangorodrim, I'd rather know what it is before it comes knocking on our halls." Amdir hesitated. "Ilarwin, you said the cold in those prints was unnatural. Could they truly belong to a spirit? Not a spirit freely wandering," she answered, "but perhaps one that has slipped its chains." Amdir felt a weight settle in his chest, a spirit bound beneath Angband, awakening after centuries. "That is impossible," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Impossible," Durin snorted, "is a word the enemy himself liked to mock." Ilarwin looked northward again, her eyes reflecting the pale winter sun. "If something ancient has awakened," she said quietly, "then Middle-earth may face a shadow we believed long banished." Amdir tightened his grip on his bow. "Then we must find out the truth." Together, the three companions turned toward the distant, broken mountains, unaware that, in the dark far ahead of them, the whispering spirit already knew their names, and it hungered for the Silmaril, buried deep beneath the ice. The northern wind grew sharper as the companions pressed onward, sweeping over stony ridges and barren heaths where little grew but patches of stubborn heather. The sun rode low, veiled by high clouds drifting like pale ghosts across the sky. Though the day had scarcely begun, a heaviness hung in the air, as though the land itself sensed an approach of something long forgotten. By midday, they entered a narrow valley known as the Glistening Hollow, named so for the thin threads of ice that clung to its walls even in the warmer seasons. Durin trudged ahead, his boots crunching through patches of frozen earth, while Amdir followed close behind, eyes scanning for further signs of the strange presence. Ilarwin's step was almost soundless, yet her gaze flicked constantly across the rocks and ridges above, wary of the stillness. They had not walked far before Amdir halted abruptly and raised a hand for silence. A faint sound drifted through the valley, light, skittering, uneasy. It was not wind nor the cry of any bird. It came from somewhere behind a cluster of boulders half buried in frost. Durin gripped his axe. "At last," he muttered, "a noise I can put a blade to." "Wait," Ilarwin whispered. "Something moves, but its spirit feels thin, like a candle guttering in the dark." Amdir stepped forward carefully, arrow nocked, though he kept his bow lowered. As he rounded the boulder, he caught sight of a withered creature cowering in the shadows. It was small, no taller than Amdir's chest, and twisted of limb, its skin gray as stone. Empty eyes stared back at him, filled not with malice but with hunger and fear. It chattered weakly, clutching the ground with clawed hands. "A cave wretch," Durin growled as he approached. "Filthy spawn of dark places. Best end it quickly." But Ilarwin stayed his arm with a gentle hand. "No. Look at it closely. Its strength is nearly spent, and its fear, something has chased it from its own lair." Amdir knelt cautiously before the wretch. "What drove you out?" he asked quietly, doubtful the creature could understand. Yet at those words the wretch trembled more violently and pointed a crooked finger toward the northern pass. It whimpered, pressing its head against the ground, as though warding off a blow. "See how it shudders," Ilarwin said. "Its fear is deep, not of us, but of something stronger." Durin frowned. "What manner of power frightens a creature bred in darkness. Something older than it, Amdir replied, or something newly risen. The wretch tried to crawl away, but after only a few steps its legs gave way. Elarwa knelt beside it, murmuring soft words. Her voice was soothing, though its meaning was beyond the creature's understanding. After a moment it ceased trembling. Its breathing slowed, and its limbs relaxed like those of a beast, slipping into a dreamless sleep. "It will not last long," she said as she rose. But its terror spoke clearly enough. Whatever stirs in the north has begun to drive even the shadows from their hiding places. Durin scratched his beard. "Then we'd best make haste. If vermin flee these hills, we do well not to linger." They continued onward, climbing the rising terrain that wound toward the northern mountains. As the day deepened, the land grew harsher. Stones jutted like broken bones from the earth, and the air tasted of frost and iron. Amdir kept glancing at the sky, for each hour brought a dimming of light that no passing clouds could fully explain. Late in the afternoon, when the sun hovered near the western rim of the world, they reached an old watchtower that stood alone upon a lonely rise. It was a relic from ages past, built of dark stone, worn by wind and time, but still standing despite the centuries. Moss clung to its sides, and the doorway yawned open like the mouth of a tomb. Amdir circled it cautiously. "I remember tales of these towers," he said. "The rangers kept watch here long ago to guard against wandering orcs. Few ventured this far north after the War of the Ring, save for scouts and wanderers." Durin sniffed the air. "The stone is sound enough. Better shelter here than out in the open night." Elarwen glided through the doorway first, her hand brushing the cold wall. "The age within these stones is great," she murmured, "and something lingers, the memory of old watchfulness, but also an unease." Amdir followed, striking a small flame to light the inside. Dust drifted in the golden glow, swirling like tiny sparks. The room was bare save for a cracked table and the rusted remains of a chair, but near the far wall lay something unexpected, a cluster of frost-coated stones arranged purposefully. He bent low, brushing the frost aside. Beneath it lay a mark carved deep into the floor, a symbol, crude but unmistakable, a single eye surrounded by jagged lines, as though drawn in haste. Durin spat. "That is no friendly sign." Elarwen's face tightened. "It is a warning. A mark used by wandering folk in ages past. To speak of danger, no word should name." Amdir traced the symbol with one gloved hand. The ice around it felt colder than the rest of the room, as if touched by something not wholly of the waking world. "This mark cannot be more than a few days old," he said. "Someone else has come this way, someone fleeing or seeking refuge, and whatever drove them to leave this warning." He looked at the others. "It is still out there." A sudden gust of wind shuddered through the broken windows, carrying with it a distant sound, a low, hollow rumble that echoed faintly across the barren plain. It was no thunder, it was deeper, older, like the groan of the earth itself shifting in restless sleep. The three companions stood in silence, listening as the rumble faded. Amdir felt a chill crawl across his spine. Durin's grip tightened on his axe. Elarwen lifted her gaze toward the north, her eyes narrowing. "It has begun again," she whispered. Amdir nodded slowly. "Then we must be ready. Tomorrow we press into the high passes. Whatever dark power awakens beneath those mountains, we will face it sooner than we wished." And as night settled over the land, the watchtower seemed to tremble ever so slightly, as though the stones remembered fears carved deep into their ancient foundations. The companions set their watch in silence, each knowing that something vast and unseen had already turned its gaze upon them from the far reaches of the shadowed north. Night held the ruined watchtower like a clenched fist. The wind rose and fell in long, mournful sighs, slipping through broken stones and whispering across the small fire the companions had lit at the center of the room. Shadows wavered on the walls, stretching and shrinking in uneasy shapes. Amdir kept first watch, sitting with his back against the cold stone, bow across his knees. The silence was deep, too deep for comfort. Durin slept lightly, muttering now and then as though wrestling some stubborn dream. Elarwen lay still with her eyes closed, yet Amdir knew she was not fully asleep. Elves seldom drifted entirely into slumber when danger lurked near. Hours passed. The embers glowed red, then faded to a dull orange. Amdir was reaching to place another scrap of wood on the fire when a faint tremor shivered through the floor. Not great enough to shake the tower, but subtle, like a heartbeat felt through stone. He stiffened. Another tremor followed, then a third, each one slightly stronger. Amdir crossed the room swiftly and nudged Durin awake. The dwarf sat up with a grunt. "Already my turn?" "No," Amdir replied quietly. "Listen." Durin paused, frowning. When the next tremor came, his expression darkened. "That is no idle shifting of earth." Elarwen opened her eyes and rose without a sound. "It draws nearer." Amdir collected his gear in silence. "We cannot stay here. If the earth itself grows restless, the tower may not stand another night." They stepped outside into the chill darkness. Above them the stars burned clear, though a dim haze crept along the northern horizon like distant smoke. The air had grown sharper since sunset, heavy with the scent of frost and something else, something metallic and old. Durin stamped his boots. "We leave at once, then. I'll take cold winds over trembling walls any day." They descended the slope beneath the tower and began their journey toward the ascending foothills of the far mountains. The land unfolded beneath the starry sky in shades of silver and shadow. Rocks glistened with thin layers of ice, and small streams had frozen into winding ribbons of pale blue glass. The higher they climbed, the more the tremors grew, never violent but steady, pulsing as though echoing the breath of some immense being buried deep beneath the world. Near dawn, as the sky paled with the first hints of gray, they reached a narrow pass where the path split in two. One route led directly into the mountains, where cliffs rose like jagged towers. The other wound down into a deep gorge, shrouded in fog. Amdir paused at the fork. "Elarwen, can you sense anything?" She stepped to the edge of the gorge, letting her gaze drift into the mists spiraling below. "There is movement there," she murmured. "Not of flesh or spirit, but of memory. Something ancient has recently stirred the air." Durin pointed toward the cliff root. "And what of that way?" Elarwen's brow furrowed. "A coldness lies there, heavy, oppressive. It feels watching." Amdir drew a long breath. "Then whichever road we choose, danger waits." "True enough," Durin said, "but danger is best faced where the ground stays still. That gorge looks ready to swallow us whole." Before Amdir could respond, a sudden cry rang out, high, shrill, and echoing from somewhere far below. It lasted but a moment, then was cut abruptly short. Amdir's hand went to his bow. That was no animal. Elarwen nodded grimly. It was a man, Without hesitation, Amdir moved toward the gorge. Durin groaned, though he followed quickly. I knew you'd say that. Rangers are forever chasing lost souls, even when wiser folk walk the other way. The descent was steep. Frost slicked the stones and mist curled around them in pale coils. The cry had come from deeper within, near where the path vanished into shadows cast by the high gorge walls. When they reached the bottom, they found the source. A man lay sprawled across a bed of crushed frost. His cloak was torn, his breathing ragged. His right hand clutched at the earth as though he had crawled desperately from the gloom beyond. Amdir knelt beside him at once. "Hold fast," he said gently. "You are safe now." The man's eyes flickered open. Fear lurked deep within them, fear so profound it seemed to have hollowed him. He grasped Amdir's collar weakly. "Run," he whispered. "Run from this place, the darkness. It walks." Alarwin pressed a hand to the man's brow, her voice a calming murmur. "Peace. Speak slowly. What hunts you?" The man trembled violently. It rose from the deep, a voice without form, a shadow without shape. It calls itself the Bound One, and it seeks what shines beneath the ice. Amdir felt his pulse quicken. "The Silmaril." The man's grip tightened. "You must not let it claim the jewel, or all will burn." Then his hand fell limp, his eyes closed. A long, quivering breath escaped him, and no other followed. Durin bowed his head. Poor soul. Whatever chased him must have been foul indeed. Amdir rose, jaw set. "We bury him here, then we press onward." But Alarwin did not stand. She remained kneeling, her gaze fixed upon the ground where the man had lain. Frost gathered there, only now it was spreading outward in thin veins, spider-like lines of ice creeping unnaturally fast across the stones. "Amdir," she said quietly. "Look." The frost pulsed as though responding to some distant heartbeat, and then from deep within the gorge there came a sound, a low whisper rippling through the mist. It carried no words, yet it chilled the blood. Durin took a step back. "That whisper reminds me of old dwarven tales, spirits trapped beneath iron halls that call from the abyss." Amdir's hand tightened around his bow. The Bound One, the same presence that frightened the cave wretch, the same that shook the earth. Alarwin stood at last, her expression grave. "It is near." Amdir looked down the dark path winding deeper into the gorge. The way ahead was narrow, coiled in mist, and the whispering grew slowly louder. "We go forward," he said. "We follow the path this man fled. If the spirit seeks the Silmaril, we must reach it first." Durin sighed. "Forward then, into the maw." With that, the three of them stepped deeper into the gorge, the whisper trailing after them like a cold breath on their necks. The frost spread at their heels, and somewhere far beneath the mountains, something vast stirred again, awake now and hungry. The gorge narrowed as the companions pressed deeper, its walls rising so steeply that the sky dwindled to a pale ribbon far above. Mist clung to every stone, muffling sound and swallowing their breath in soft curls. Amdir kept his bow in hand, an arrow ready, though he knew well that arrows were of little use against a spirit. Still, the feel of the string beneath his fingers lent him steadiness. Durin trudged behind, muttering each time his boots slid across the frost-slick ground. "A cursed path," he grumbled. "No good ever came from valleys that swallow sound and spit out whispers." Alarwin walked silently, her gaze sharp, her senses stretched like a taut string. The faint tremors that had plagued their journey before now throbbed with a steady rhythm beneath the earth, each one growing slightly stronger. It felt less like the shifting of stone and more like the footsteps of something buried deep and vast. After a time, the mist parted enough to reveal a broken bridge arching over a chasm. The old stonework was cracked and rimmed with ice, and beneath it yawned a gulf so deep the bottom lay hidden in darkness. The bridge itself sagged, burdened by centuries of neglect. Durin scowled at it. A fine welcome, a hair's width, from collapsing. Amdir stepped forward and tested the first stone slab with his weight. It held. We cannot turn back now. The man who fled this place crossed it. If he managed, so can we. Alarwin moved beside him. The frost grows thicker here. Something passes over this chasm often. What something? Durin muttered. I see no tracks. You would not, she answered. A spirit leaves no footprints, only cold. The three stepped carefully onto the ancient bridge. Stone groaned beneath their weight. Amdir took the lead, testing each section before shifting forward. Halfway across, a tremor struck, stronger than any before. The bridge shuddered violently, and a crack split the stone beneath Durin's feet. Move, Amdir shouted. Durin leapt forward just as a slab collapsed behind him, crashing into the darkness below with a distant, echoing roar. The dwarf landed hard but safely, gripping the railing with one hand. Well, he panted, if I wished to wake the whole mountain, that noise would have done it. They hurried the rest of the way across, reaching the solid ground of the far side just as another tremor rippled through the gorge. When the shaking faded, Amdir turned back. Nearly a quarter of the bridge now hung suspended by nothing but stubborn stone. Another hour, and we'd have had no way across at all, he murmured. Another tremor, Alarwin corrected softly, and the mountain will shed the bridge entirely. They continued onward, following the narrow path that wound deeper into the gorge, until the walls finally widened, opening into a great hollow chamber carved not by hands, but by the slow work of ages. The mist thinned, revealing jagged formations rising like the ribs of some colossal beast. Amdir stopped short. At the center of the hollow lay a large stone altar, cracked and ancient. Upon it rested a suit of rusted iron armor, tall, broad, and built in the shape worn by Morgoth's captains of old. It was empty, yet frost clung thickly to every joint, and the air around it rippled faintly with cold. Durin stepped back at once. I've no liking for that. Alarwin approached the armor with wary steps. This was once a prison, she whispered, a vessel forged to contain a spirit bound in defeat. Look, the sigils etched across the chest plate, old runes of sealing, the kind used by the Eldar in the First Age. Amdir's breath tightened. You mean this armor held the bound one? It did, she replied, but the runes have cracked. The binding is broken. Amdir circled the altar slowly, studying the fractures. Something freed itself. Not freed? Ilarwin murmured. Escaped? She placed her hand above the armor, not touching it, merely sensing. The spirit lingered in this shell for long ages, sleeping. But the tremors, something awoke it. It tore free of these walls and rose into the world again. Durin frowned. Awoke for what? Revenge? Not revenge, Alarwin said. Purpose. It searches for something. And the dying man spoke of it clearly. It seeks what shines beneath the ice. The Silmaril, Amdir whispered. Beyond the altar, a new path opened. This one descending sharply into the roots of the mountains. Frost rimmed the entrance, forming intricate patterns like spreading veins. Amdir felt a cold wind flowing from the depths, carrying with it a faint, pulsing whisper. Durin shivered. "Tell me you two do not intend to follow that." Amdir drew his hood tighter against the chill. If the spirit hunts a Silmaril, and if that jewel lies somewhere beneath these mountains, we have no choice. The enemy's servants have coveted the Silmarils since the world was young. We cannot allow such a relic to fall into shadow again. Durin grumbled, but there was resolve in his voice. I knew you'd say as much. Then let us get on with it. Alarwin moved ahead, her footsteps light and sure. Be wary. All paths beyond this point bend with the will of the one who broke its chains. They descended into the darkness. The walls closed around them, slick with ice and glittering faintly beneath their torches. The whispers grew louder, drifting like echoes of distant song warped by long ages. After what felt like hours, they reached a broad cavern lit by a strange, pale glow. Frost coated every surface, and at its center lay a pool of frozen water. Beneath the ice, faint shapes shimmered, patterns that twisted like living flame, though no fire burned there. Amdir approached slowly. "What is this place?" Alarwin knelt beside the pool. "An echo of the Silmaril's light," she said. "Not the jewel itself, but a reflection. The light has seeped into the very ice." Durin glanced around uneasily. "If the spirit seeks the true jewel, it will pass through here. We should not tarry." Before Amdir could answer, a tremor shook the cavern. The ice on the pool cracked in a spiderweb of lines, and then the whispering condensed into a single cold breath that swept past their shoulders. Amdir spun, arrow drawn. A shadow slid across the far wall, thin, shifting, without form. It moved like smoke, yet cast no light or shape of its own. Only the air grew colder where it passed. Alarwin's voice fell to a whisper. "The bound one is near." The shadow paused. A deep, echoing voice reverberated through the cavern, not spoken aloud, but reaching into their minds like the weight of distant thunder. "The Silmaril calls." The whisper faded, the shadow slipping into another passage beyond the pool. Amdir exhaled slowly, steadying himself. "We follow before it reaches the jewel." "Forward then," Durin said grimly, "into its very lair." And together they stepped beyond the shimmering pool, deeper into the cold, where the ancient spirit drifted ahead, seeking the forgotten fire that lay hidden beneath the bones of the world. The passage that followed the spirit's trail opened into a sprawling network of tunnels carved by time and glacier alike. The walls glittered with flecks of frost-lit minerals, catching the dim torchlight and scattering it like broken stars. Yet despite the shimmering beauty, a suffocating pressure weighed upon the air, as though the caverns themselves held their breath. Amdir led the way, bow ready. His footsteps echoed softly, too softly, he realized. Sound faded quickly here, swallowed by the ice, leaving only a muted hush that felt unnatural. Durin trudged behind him, each step of his heavy boots strangely muffled, as if wrapped in wool. Alarwin alone seemed untouched by the oppressive silence, but her brow remained furrowed and her ears sharply attuned. "The deeper we go," she murmured, "the more the spirit bends the air. Its presence distorts not only sound but time as well. Be wary, paths may not remain as they appear." Durin grumbled, though unease flickered in his eyes. "Mayhap the tunnels twist on their own. Stone has a way of remembering the weight of the world." "Not this way," Alarwin said softly. "Something guides them now." They moved onward, the path sloping gradually downward into a cavern of towering ice pillars. Each pillar was tall enough to shame the columns of elven halls, their translucent surfaces shot through with threads of frozen water that caught the torchlight in shifting, ghostly hues. At the center of the cavern lay a scattering of objects, broken shields, discarded tools, and scraps of fabric long faded. Amdir knelt to study them. These were left by travelers, he said, and not long ago. Durin picked up a shattered pickaxe. Its metal head was split cleanly in two as if struck by tremendous force. Someone tried to clear a wall here, he muttered, or dig something free. Perhaps they sought the Silmaril, Elarwen said. Many rumors speak of treasures hidden beneath the northern mountains. But only one treasure draws spirits from the First Age, Amdir replied. At that moment, a soft crack echoed across the cavern. The companions turned, weapons raised. The nearest ice pillar flickered. Faint light pulsed within it, ebbing and swelling like a heartbeat. Another tremor rolled beneath the floor, strong enough to shift loose stones. Then a cry rang out. It came from behind one of the distant pillars, sharp and panicked, echoing faintly before vanishing into silence. Amdir sprinted toward the sound, the others following closely. As they rounded the pillar, they found a young man sprawled on the ice, struggling weakly to rise. His cloak was torn, his hands bleeding from frostbite, and his face pale as snow. Amdir knelt. "Peace, friend. What happened?" The man's lips trembled. It hunts us," he gasped. "We found the fissure, the light beneath the ice. And then it came, like a storm without wind." Elarwen leaned close. "How many were with you?" "3, he whispered. "We came seeking old treasure. But the ground, it began to move. One fell into a rift, the other." His voice broke. "The shadow swallowed him. I saw nothing but frost, and then he was gone." Elarwen placed a warm hand upon his brow. "Rest. You are safe for now." But he shook his head violently. "No one is safe. The light calls to it. The deeper it goes, the stronger it becomes." Durin exchanged a grim look with Amdir. "He speaks of the bound one." "Aye," Amdir said, "and he confirms what we feared. The Silmaril lies somewhere in these depths." Before they could speak further, the man suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened in horror. "It hears us," he whispered. "It hears every sound we make." A cold rush swept across the cavern, extinguishing their torch. The ice pillars dimmed. The silence deepened. Amdir drew his blade, feeling the chill of the metal bite his skin. "Stay together." Shapes moved in the darkness, not shadows exactly, but distortions in the air, as if the frost itself were shifting. A low hum began to vibrate through the cavern, resonating in the bones of the pillars and the marrow of their own bodies. Elarwen's voice was barely audible. "The spirit approaches." The hum grew, rising into a sound that was not quite a voice and not quite an echo. Something coalesced near the center of the cavern, a shimmering mass of darkness, neither solid nor smoke, swirling with streaks of pale frost. It drifted toward them, slow and deliberate. The young man screamed. The spirit reacted instantly. Tendrils of cold lashed toward him. Amdir lunged forward, dragging the man aside as the cold struck the floor, freezing it solid in an instant. Durin swung his axe at the nearest tendril. The blade passed through it without resistance, but the tendril recoiled as though stung, and the cavern trembled. A single whisper rang out, colder than ice. "The light calls." Amdir steadied the man on his feet. "Run, make for the upper tunnels. Do not look back." "But go!" The man fled, limping toward the path they had entered. The tendrils shifted toward him, but Alarwin raised her hand, invoking a soft white glow that flared from her palm. The light forced the shade back slightly, buying the man precious moments. Durin seized Amdir's shoulder. "We cannot fight this thing, not as we are." "I know." Ilarwin retreated toward them, her light flickering as the spirit pressed harder. "It grows stronger the deeper we go. It draws power from the Silmarill's lingering fire." Amdir nodded. "Then we must find the jewel before it does." Durin hefted his axe. "And how do we stop a creature made of shadow and frost?" "We seal it again," Amdir answered, "as it was once sealed." "But the armor that bound it is broken," Alarwin reminded softly. "Aye," Amdir said grimly, "but perhaps the place where the jewel lies still holds power enough to weaken it." The spirit surged suddenly, shrieking without sound, and the pillars around them cracked violently. Shards of ice rained down. Amdir shouted, "This way!" He led them toward a narrow tunnel descending steeply into the depths. The whispering shadow twisted behind them, but the passage was too tight for its full form to enter. Only chill air followed. They ran until the tremors faded, until the hum of the spirit's presence grew distant once more. When they finally stopped, gasping in the cold darkness, they found themselves before a new sight, a great fissure splitting the earth, glowing faintly with golden white light far below. Alarwin stepped forward, awe softening her voice. "This is where the Silmaril fell." Amdir gazed into the depths. The radiance was faint, filtered through layers of ice and stone, but unmistakable. "Then we are close," he said quietly. "Closer than even the bound one." Durin rested his axe against his shoulder. "Aye, and that means the true test begins now." The light pulsed faintly from the rift, as though calling out, calling to them all, and somewhere above the bound one stirred again, drawn steadily toward the jewel's ancient fire. The fissure stretched before them like a wound, carved into the bones of the mountain. Far below, the faint golden white radiance shimmered through drifting veils of mist, its glow pulsing with an ancient heartbeat that made even the ice-laden air tremble. Amdir found himself unable to look away for a long moment, as if the light itself reached upward to hold his gaze. Alarwin's voice broke the spell. "The Silmaril's fire endures, even after ages beyond count," she murmured. "Few living today have beheld its true light. To see even its reflection is a rare and perilous gift." Durin let out a low grunt. "Aye, beautiful surely, but dangerous as the deepest vaults of Moria. No jewel should shine through stone like that." Amdir stepped closer to the fissure's edge. The stone beneath his boots was warm, surprisingly so, for the surrounding cavern lay frigid with frost. "The warmth comes from the light," he said softly. "No wonder the spirit is drawn here. It must feel this glow echo through every chamber of the mountain." He touched the rock with one gloved hand. The warmth pulsed again, steady, rhythmic, as if calling. Alarwin quickly laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Do not heed its pull," she warned. "The Silmarils were blessed by Varda, but their fire binds itself to the heart that seeks them. Many have been undone by that longing." Amdir nodded, stepping back. "We must find a way down, but the walls are sheer." Durin surveyed the stone, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "There may be paths carved by water long ago. Look there. Those ledges upon the left side." If we follow them one by one, we may reach a lower level. Amdir peered along the jagged wall. Narrow shelves jutted out at uneven distances, each slick with ice. The descent would be treacherous. "We must take care," Alarwin said. "The bound one is not idle. It'll reach this place soon." Even as she spoke, a faint tremor rippled through the earth. Dust drifted from the cavern roof. The distant whisper they had fled earlier returned, trailing through the tunnels like a cold wind. Amdir drew a steadying breath. "We begin now? I will go first." He moved toward the wall and tested the first ledge. It held. Slowly he eased himself onto it, gripping the icy stone with sure hands. Alarwin followed with silent grace, and Durin, after muttering a brief complaint about elves and their light steps, made his own descent. The climb downward was long and nerve-stretching. The ledges were narrow, the ice slick, and the faint warmth, radiating upward, only made the air feel unstable, as though the stone itself shifted with hidden breath. Several times Amdir paused to wait for tremors to subside. More than once he felt the disturbing sensation that the cavern was subtly reshaping itself, the walls bending in ways too slight to name, yet unsettling to witness. At last, they reached a broader shelf that ran along the inner curve of the fissure. From here, the light shone more clearly, illuminating a steep drop into a chamber far below. They stood in silence, awed by the sight. The chamber was vast, a hollow in the heart of the mountain. Ice draped its walls like curtains, shimmering in the Silmarill's reflected glow, and at the center of the chamber lay the source of that glow, a small lake of frozen water, its surface smooth as glass. Beneath the ice, the faint silhouette of the Silmarill gleamed like a captured star, distant yet unmistakable. Durin let out a low breath. By Allah's hammer, to think such a jewel lies here, forgotten by all but legends. Ilarwin's eyes filled with wonder. Few still living could claim to behold a Silmarill. We stand in the presence of a relic older than kingdoms. Amdir gazed at the gem's shadowy glow. Its beauty was undeniable, radiant, comforting, radiant in a way that stirred the heart. Yet even as admiration filled him, a warning echoed through his mind. It was too enticing, too glorious. Danger clung to its light as surely as hope. "We must be cautious," he whispered. "This chamber is too still, too quiet." A faint crackling answered him, ice shifting under hidden pressure. But it was not the ice that moved. From the far side of the chamber drifted a dim ripple in the air, subtle at first, then growing into a visible swell of shadow. Frost gathered on the walls in spreading veins. The temperature plummeted. Amdir drew his bow. It found us. The bound one descended through the fissure like a veil of living smoke, its form flickering, gathering into a tall, half-shaped silhouette. It hovered above the lake, silent for a long moment. Then its voice, cold, hollow, ancient, filled the cavern. At last, the light that defied my master's hand. Alarwin stepped forward, lifting her hand. Warm light blossomed from her palm, wrapping the companions in a soft glow that pushed against the encroaching cold. "This light is not yours," she said boldly. "You were bound for ages. You shall not claim it now." The spirit's presence shivered, the surrounding frost deepening. "The fire calls. It awakens me. It is mine to claim." Durin hefted his axe, though his breath fogged instantly. "Well, it'll find us standing in the way, spirit or no." The bound one surged, tendrils of shadow lashing toward them. Amdir fired his arrow, though he knew it could not pierce the creature. Yet as the arrow passed through the spirit, the silhouette twisted in pain, the light from Elarwen's hand catching along the arrow's shaft. "It recoils from the light," Amdir shouted. "The blessing of the Valar still stings it." Elarwen stepped forward, her light brightening, but the spirit struck the ground with a force that sent a shock wave rippling across the chamber. Ice splintered. One of the ledges above cracked, sending a hail of shards down upon them. "Amdir," Elarwen cried. The floor beneath them shook violently. Amdir seized her arm and pulled her back as a fissure opened where she had stood moments before. Durin braced himself against the wall. "This whole cavern will fall down our heads." The bound one glided toward the frozen lake, its form sinking toward the Silmarill's glow. Amdir's heart leaped. "We cannot let it touch the ice." Elarwen's voice rang with urgency. "Then there is only one choice. We must dare what none have done since the First Age. We must reach the Silmarill before it does." Durin's face went pale. "And how do we do that without being burned alive?" "We will not touch it," Elarwen said. "Only break the ice around it, change its resting place, deny the spirit its prize." Amdir nodded. "If we can disrupt the chamber, the spirit may lose its hold. Durin, can you weaken the ice from this height?" The dwarf grinned grimly. "I can crack any stone if need demands it." The bound one let out a howl of cold fury as the companions rushed to the edge of the ledge, planning a desperate maneuver. The Silmarill glowed brighter, as if sensing the danger, its light a beacon of hope and peril both. Far above, another tremor shook the mountain. Time was running out, and the bound one was nearing its ancient prize. The cavern shook with a deep, rolling thunder as the bound one descended toward the frozen lake. Ice cracked in jagged lines, the sound sharp as the snapping of ancient bones. The pale glow of the Silmarill pulsed beneath the glassy surface, casting shifting reflections across the chamber walls. Amdir steadied himself against the trembling ledge, then gave a short nod to Durin. "Now," he said, "strike before it reaches the lake." Durin hefted his axe, planted his boots, and swung with a roar. The blade struck the ice-coated stone of the ledge with a resounding crack that echoed into the depths. A network of fissures rippled outward, running like lightning along the cavern wall. Chunks of ice tumbled down upon the lake, shattering into a glittering spray. The bound one recoiled as shards of light flickered beneath its shifting form. Its voice, cold as the void, rose in a silent shriek. "You would deny me again." Elarwen stepped beside Amdir, her hand raised high. A warm, golden radiance flared from her palm, meeting the Silmarill's reflection and scattering it into 1,000 shimmering sparks. The cold breath of the spirit faltered beneath the glow. "It shrinks from the light," she said. "We must keep it from gathering itself." Amdir fired another arrow into the icy floor ahead of the spirit. Though the arrow passed through its shadowy mass, the light it carried tore a streak of pale fire along the bound one's form, and its howl deepened. The creature surged upward, gathering itself into a shape reminiscent of a towering warrior forged of smoke and frost. It loomed before them, the memory of a form rather than flesh, a silhouette armored in darkness, crowned with shards of glacial iron. Amdir's breath caught. Elarwen stepped back, her glow flickering. Durin muttered, "By Durin the Deathless, that thing bears the shape of Morgoth's lieutenants." Amdir swallowed hard. "Only a memory of one, but memories can kill as surely as steel." The bound one stretched out a long, clawed arm of shadow. Frost swept across the cavern, racing along the walls and curling around the companion's feet like icy vines. The fire, mine, at last. The spirit surged toward the lake. Durin roared and leapt from the ledge, swinging his axe downward with all the strength of his people. The blade struck the frozen lake with a sound like splintering mountains. Cracks webbed outward from the impact, spiraling toward the Silmarill's faint glow. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the lake groaned. A deep rumble rose from beneath the ice, and the entire chamber shuddered. Elarwen cried out as the ledge beneath her crumbled, sending a cascade of stone plunging into the lake. Amdir caught her hand just in time, pulling her upward as the ground dropped away beneath her heels. "Hold on," he shouted, bracing himself. The cavern continued to quake. The bound one staggered, its form flickering as the cracks in the ice reached the Silmarill. Light burst outward, blinding in its brilliance. The spirit's voice fell into a hiss of agony. "No, the fire burns. It rends." Amdir shielded his eyes as the radiance spread. Beneath the ice, the Silmarill flared like a captured sunrise, its glow expanding in violent pulses. The ice melted, then refroze in jagged patterns, the air shimmering with heat and frost at once. Elarwen regained her footing and stepped toward the edge. "This chamber cannot hold such power," she said urgently. "The Silmarill is waking. We must move or we will be buried here." Durin scrambled up the fractured slope, breath ragged. "It will bring the whole mountain down on our heads." The bound one lunged for the lake again, but its form flickered erratically. Pieces of its shadow peeled away, dissolving in the radiance. Still, it pressed on, drawn by an obsession older than most memories of Middle-earth. Amdir seized a broken shard of stone and hurled it. It sailed harmlessly through the spirit, but the distraction bought Elarwen a moment. She stepped forward boldly, raising her hand once more. Light erupted from her palm, bright, unyielding. It met the Silmarill's radiance in a single, blinding flash. The bound one shrieked, its shadow collapsing inward, retreating from the conflagration of light. Frost cracked off its form like shedding scales. For the first time since their encounter began, it faltered fully. "Now!" Amdir shouted, "while it is weak!" Durin struck the lake again, driving his axe deep into the fractured ice. This time the blow split the frozen surface entirely. A sound like a mountain breaking thundered through the cavern. A pillar of steam erupted upward. The Silmarill's chamber surged with violent energy as the lake shattered, sending sheets of water and ice tumbling in all directions. The jewel's glow burst forth in a great plume of light that struck the cavern roof with the force of a lightning bolt. Amdir felt the ground drop beneath him as the ledge collapsed entirely. He and Elarwen tumbled, sliding down a steep slope of broken ice until they hit a lower ridge. Durin landed beside them with a grunt, half buried under stones. Above them, the bound one reeled as the light flayed its shadowy form. Its silhouette broke apart into fragments, dissolving into the air like smoke caught in a gale. Yet even as it faded, its voice whispered, "I will not be denied. The fire returns." Then the cavern roof groaned, a long, deep rumble that sent shards of ice raining down. "The mountain is collapsing," Elarwen cried. "We must flee." Amdir pointed to a tunnel half hidden behind cascading debris. "There, go!" Durin dragged himself upright, cursing the entire northern range. "I'll follow. Move!" Together they sprinted toward the tunnel entrance. as the cavern shook itself apart. The last thing Amdir saw before diving into the passage was the fading shimmer of the Silmarill's light and the lingering tattered shadow of the bound one retreating into cracks deep below. The mountain roared behind them. Their path forward plunged into darkness, but the spirit was not destroyed. It had been wounded, and it still hunted the fire that had called it back to life. The tunnel swallowed them in darkness. Behind them, the cavern continued to collapse with a thunder that rolled through the mountain like the wrath of some forgotten god. Shards of ice and stone clattered down the passage, chased by a gust of frigid air that snuffed what little light remained. Amdir staggered forward, feeling the tunnel tilt and tremble beneath his feet. Ilarwen steadied him with one hand as she conjured a faint glow, soft, golden, and barely strong enough to outline the jagged walls. Durin brought up the rear, breath heaving, axe clutched tight as the corridor groaned. "Move," the dwarf barked. "This place is coming down on our heads." They ran. The tunnel twisted sharply, descending at an angle so steep they were forced to slide down ice-slick rock. Amdir braced himself against the wall, using it to slow their descent. Ilarwen followed, graceful even in the chaos, her glow bobbing like a star in the rushing dark. Durin tumbled after them with far less elegance. At last the slope evened, depositing them in a shallow basin of black stone. Amdir rose quickly and took in their surroundings. The passage behind them was a cloud of dust and drifting frost, sealed by a fresh fall of rock. Ahead lay a faint draft, cold but steady, whispering through a narrow crevice in the wall. Durin spat a curse. "No going back that way." "We would not wish to," Ilarwen said quietly. "The chamber above is lost." Amdir nodded grimly, but the Silmaril still remains, and the bound one, though wounded, will seek it again. He moved toward the crevice where the draft flowed. Upon closer inspection, the opening widened just enough for a person to squeeze through. Beyond it, a dim glow flickered, pale and uncertain. "Another passage," Amdir said. "And light. Someone may have passed this way." "Or something," Durin muttered. "Either way," Ilarwen said, "this is our path." She slipped through the gap first, flattening herself gracefully between the uneven stones. Amdir followed, then Durin, who forced his way through with a grunt and a shower of dust. On the other side lay a long corridor carved by flowing water, long ago, smooth stone walls curving inward, a faint bluish glow shimmering along their surface. The passage echoed the distant sighs of the mountain, the soft shifting of ice, the low rumble of settling stone. As they walked, the glow intensified. Small beads of light blossomed in the walls, blue, violet, and white, like clusters of tiny frozen stars. Ilarwen paused, gazing at them with wonder. "Ice lantern moss," she breathed, "rare even in the deepest caverns of the north." Durin frowned. "Beautiful, yes, but I'd rather a good torch." "These will serve," Amdir said. "Save our oil for when we truly need it." As they pressed deeper, the tunnel widened into a vast chamber, its ceiling arched high, glittering with frost-laced stone. Great pillars rose from the floor, carved by the slow work of millennia, smooth at the base, jagged at the top, like frozen lightning. In the center lay something unexpected, the remnants of a campsite. Amdir knelt, brushing his hand over the ashes of a small fire. The wood had burned recently, no more than a day or two past. Beside it lay scraps of cloth, a torn water skin, and a broken lantern. Durin crouched beside him. That man who fled the gorge, he was not alone. Mayhap his companions came here. Ilarwen rested her hand on a stone. "Yes, I feel the warmth of recent life, but also, she closed her eyes, also sorrow. Amdir stood slowly. We must find his companions if they live. Before they could move on, a faint sound drifted from the far side of the chamber. Soft, broken, like a voice, struggling to breathe. They exchanged a look, then hurried toward it. There, slumped against a column of stone, was a man, one of the treasure seekers, no doubt. His clothing was torn and stiff with frost. His breaths came shallow and ragged. When Amdir touched his shoulder, he flinched violently. No. No more, he whispered. Keep the shadow away. You are safe, Amdir said gently. The shadow is not here. The man's eyes fluttered open, wild, hollow with fear. It came when the light broke. It tore the earth open, swallowed Harthon whole. The other, his voice cracked. It dragged him into the walls. Durin's jaw tightened. Dragged him? Aye, a hand of smoke, a voice in the stone. It whispered his name. The man convulsed, clutching his head. Elarwen knelt beside him, placing her hands upon his temples. Peace, she murmured, her voice a balm. Let the fear pass. For a moment the trembling eased, his breathing steadied. Then his eyes widened again, not with fear, but with recognition. You, he gasped, staring at Amdir. It spoke of you, the bound one. It knows your shape, your voice. Amdir stiffened. What did it say? It said, he swallowed, voice failing. Then he forced the words out. The fire will choose its guardian, the living or the lost. Before Amdir could respond, the man slumped, unconscious. Elarwen withdrew her hands slowly. He lives, but he is deeply shaken. The shadow's whisper clings to him. Durin rose. Then we must leave him here, where the moss gives light. Better to carry him later than drag him now. Amdir nodded. We will return for him once the spirit is dealt with. For now, we must move. The bound one knows our path. They ventured to the far end of the chamber where a new tunnel opened, wide, sloping downward, warm drafts sweeping up its length. Elarwen lifted her face toward the current. This wind comes from the heart of the mountain, from the Silmarill's chamber. Another chamber? Durin asked. Bigger than the last? Yes, she said, a deeper one. The jewel has sunk over ages. The spirit must descend there to claim its true resting place. Amdir placed a hand on the rough wall. The stone buzzed faintly with the Silmarill's distant warmth. Then we follow. He turned, but stopped as a whisper drifted through the tunnel. It was soft, faint, yet unmistakable. Amdir. His name, spoken in a voice he knew too well. Amdir froze. Elarwen's hand closed around his arm. Do not listen, she said firmly. It is the bound one. Durin lifted his axe. Aye, a spirit's trick. Nothing more. The whisper came again, warmer now, almost gentle. Come to me, guardian. The fire waits. Amdir shuddered, shaking off the chill. We press on, he said sharply. Ignore it. Elarwen nodded. Though her gaze lingered on him with concern, they stepped into the descending tunnel. Behind them, the chamber fell silent. Ahead, the whisper followed like a shadow. And somewhere deep within the mountain, the bound one gathered its strength again, preparing for the moment when the companions would stand before the Silmarill's true resting place. The tunnel sloped downward in long, winding arcs, each bend carrying them deeper into the heart of the mountain. The walls glimmered with veins of crystalline frost that pulsed faintly, reflecting the distant heartbeat of the Silmarill far below. Amdir could feel that pulse now, not through sight or sound, but through the marrow of his bones. It was like walking toward a rising storm whose winds had yet to break. Durin trudged beside him, grumbling under his breath forming ghostly plumes in the cold air. No good ever came from chasing jewels through ancient tunnels, he muttered. Rather face 1,000 orcs than one whispering shadow. Elarwen walked ahead, her steps light and sure, though her brow was furrowed with deep concern. The faint glow at her fingertips guided them, soft as dusk light, through leaves. At length, the tunnel opened into a narrow ledge overlooking a vast abyss. Amdir stepped carefully to the edge, peering down. The chasm yawned beneath them, dark, immeasurable, and from its depths rose warm currents of air, shimmering with the faintest golden hue. Elarwen drew in a breath. "The Silmarill's heat," she whispered. "We grow closer." Durin knelt, examining the ledge. "There's a path here," he grunted, pointing to a series of stone steps carved into the wall. Age had worn them smooth. Ice glazed their edges. They were passable. Amdir moved first. Each step downward brought a stiffening heat from below, as though the Silmarill's light burned through layers of stone. Yet oddest of all, the deeper they descended, the more the bound one's cold whisper intertwined with that heat, twining around the air like the breath of winter, fighting the flame of dawn. Halfway down, a new sound rose from the depths, a rhythmic tapping, faint but steady. Durin halted. "That's no tremor." "No," Amdir said, "it is too regular. Listen, tap, 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 then silence. Tap, tap." Elarwen's eyes narrowed. "It echoes like stone striking stone or metal upon rock. A signal." Before they could decide what to do, a voice drifted up, weak, hoarse, human. Hello?" Amdir tensed. "Someone's down there." The tapping resumed, louder now, as though the speaker had realized they were heard. Durin growled, "That must be the last of the treasure seekers. Poor fools trapped." They quickened their descent, following the spiraling path until it widened into a broad landing. There they found a man wedged in a crevice between two great slabs of fallen stone. His lantern lay shattered nearby, and his leg was pinned beneath the rocks. Though exhaustion lined his face, his eyes sparked with desperate relief. "You heard me," he gasped. I thought the shadow would take me next." Amdir knelt, examining the trapped limb. The rocks were heavy, but not immovable. "Easy," he said. "We'll get you free." Durin set his axe aside and braced himself against the larger slab. "On my count," he grunted. 1, 2. With a roar he heaved, veins standing out beneath his beard. The stone shifted just enough. Amdir pulled the man's leg clear, though the effort tore a cry of pain from him. Elarwen lifted her hands, a soft healing glow blooming from her palms. "Hold still," she murmured. "I will ease the worst of it." Warmth spread across the injured limb, knitting torn flesh and easing the man's trembling. He sagged with relief. "My thanks," he whispered. "You saved me." Durin wiped sweat from his brow. "Just don't ask us to carry you up again. We've troubles enough below." The man's expression darkened. "Aye. Below. You head deeper still?" Amdir nodded. "We must reach the Silmarill's chamber." Terror flickered across the man's face. "Then you go to your doom. I saw what lurks there. A shadow taller than giants. Its voice, gods preserve us. All it said was fire, fire, always fire." Elarwen's expression softened. "You are safe now. There are passages behind us that lead upward. Follow the moss lights until you reach a ledge. Beyond it lies the upper valley. The man swallowed hard. I cannot climb. The tunnels are crawling with frost. The mountain groans. I daren't stay. Amdir placed a hand on his shoulder. Rest here a while. When the way is safer, we shall return for you. The man grasped Amdir's wrist. If you see that shadow again, run. It means to claim the jewel and anything living that bars its path. Amdir rose, jaw set. We do not mean to bar its path, we mean to end it. The man stared as though the ranger had spoken madness, yet the companions pressed on. The tunnel deepened, the heat intensifying, sweat mixed with frost upon Amdir's brow, as warm air mingled bizarrely with lingering cold. A strange shimmer distorted the air, like dunes of heat rippling across a desert floor. Then, without warning, the walls brightened. At first, Amdir thought it another trick of the light, but as they advanced, he saw the stone itself had changed. Veins of gold ran across it, thin, branching streams of metallic ore that glowed faintly from within. Ilarwen inhaled sharply. Laurelyn's echo, she whispered. The mountain remembers the Silmaril. Its light has seeped into the very ore. Durin tapped the golden stone with his knuckles. Soft, warm, never seen the like. Amdir felt the heat through his fingertips. The light here was not harsh but gentle, steady, soothing, almost inviting. Yet as they advanced deeper, the warmth began to twist, mingling once more with cold. Frost crept along the golden veins. Shadows lengthened unnaturally across the floor. Amdir halted. Ilarwen's face had gone still and tense. It is near. Durin hefted his axe. I feel it too, like ice on the back of my neck. And then the whisper came again, drifting through the tunnel like breath from a far-off grave. Amdir. Amdir gripped his bow tightly. It knows we are close. The whisper thickened, curling through the tunnel like smoke. The fire chooses one. Do not listen, Ilarwen urged, but the whisper wound around Amdir's thoughts like a cold chain. Guardian, he staggered. Durin grabbed his arm. Keep your wits, lad. Amdir shook off the dizziness. I'm fine. The spirit seeks to unsettle me. Ilarwen stepped closer, voice low. It seeks more than that. It seeks to break you. The Silmaril calls to it, and to you. It will twist that call to its purpose. Amdir steadied himself with a breath. We cannot hold back now. Forward. They rounded a final bend, and the mountain opened. The chamber was vast, larger than any before, its ceiling lost in a haze of golden mist. At its center lay a deep crater filled with glowing water, steam rising from its surface, and within that steaming pool, on a bed of molten stone as smooth as polished glass, rested the Silmaril itself, a star captured in the palm of the earth. Its light filled the chamber, brilliant, pure, terrible, and Amdir felt tears sting his eyes. It was beauty beyond mortal measure. Durin let out a low, reverent whistle. By every forge in Khazad-dûm. Ilarwen gazed upon it with awed sorrow. So much light, so much memory. The jewel burns with the grief of ages. But even as they stood transfixed, a cold wind swept the chamber. The golden mist darkened, the shadows deepened, and from the far end of the chamber the bound one rose. Taller now, stronger, its form clearer, forged of frost and wrath, a broken helm of ice crowning its head. At last, it whispered, voice trembling with hunger, the fire is mine. Amdir drew his blade. Durin raised his axe. Ilarwen called light to her palm. The spirit surged, and the battle for the Silmaril began. The bound one swept forward like a winter storm unleashed, its vast form coiling with ice-flecked shadows. The chamber groaned under its arrival, frost racing across the molten floor as heat and cold clashed in violent bursts. Steam exploded upward in twisting columns. The Silmarill's glow brightened, as though defying the intruder with its own fierce fire. Amdir stepped before the jewel, blade raised. The air around him burned with radiant heat, yet beneath it lay a creeping cold that brushed his skin like ghostly fingers. Durin planted his boots with a defiant snarl. "Come, you formless wraith. Let us see what shadow is worth when met by dwarven steel." The bound one's voice fell like ice shards. "Steel, light, flesh, none shall stand between me and the fire." Elarwen strode forward, lifting her hand. A soft radiance bloomed in her palm. Golden, warm, and unyielding, it met the spirit's cold presence with a hiss. The air shuddered, the clash of warmth and frost swirling in spirals around her. "Be gone," she commanded. "You were bound in ages past, and you shall be bound again." The spirit recoiled slightly, but only for a moment. Then it roared. The chamber erupted. Tendrils of shadow lashed outward, striking the ground with explosive force. Amdir leapt aside as one crashed down where he had stood, shattering molten stone and sending a spray of glowing fragments across the floor. Another tendril swept toward Durin. He raised his axe, and though the blow passed through the spirit's form, the enchanted steel repelled the cold with a sound like clashing bells. Durin staggered, but held his footing. "You'll need more than smoke and howls to topple me." The bound one turned its hollow, swirling gaze toward the dwarf. "Stubborn stone, break." Ice surged across the ground, racing toward Durin like white fire. He barely leapt aside before the frost erupted into spikes where he had stood. Amdir rushed to intercept another tendril that streaked toward Elarwen. His blade glimmered with faint gold where her earlier light had touched it. When he struck, the spirit flinched, the light cleaving through its shadowy form like a hot knife through snow. Elarwen seized the moment, casting a brilliant burst of radiance into the creature's core. The bound one shrieked, its form fracturing into swirling shards that dissipated into the air before reforming further back. Cracks of cold lightning spread across its surface. Amdir heard the spirit's voice echo inside his thoughts. "You, guardian, you will open the way." He grimaced, forcing the whisper out of his mind. "It seeks to break my resolve," he said beneath his breath. Elarwen heard him. "The Silmarill's fire touches your spirit more strongly than ours. You must guard your heart, Amdir." The spirit shifted shape. Its towering form collapsed inward, reforming into a sleek, serpentine mass of shadow and frost, its eyes glowing like twin shards of frozen moonlight. It coiled low, readying to strike. Durin braced his axe. "Let it come." It came. The bound one lunged faster than wind, a blur of cold blackness, racing toward Durin and Amdir. Amdir rolled aside as Durin brought his axe down with a roar. The blade hit the ground as the shade darted upward, coiling around a towering column of stone. Amdir fired an arrow, the light-touched shaft streaking like a shooting star. It pierced the spirit's coil, ripping a line of frost from its form. The bound one split apart, then rejoined, its voice quivering with rage. I rise. The fire awakens me." Amdir glimpsed a faint gleam along the chamber wall. An array of ancient sigils carved into stone, half buried beneath layers of frost. They were far older than the tunnels, older than the chamber itself, remnants of a sealing rite the elves had used ages ago. "Elarwen," he called. "There, across the chamber, the runes. They are the same kind that held the spirit within its iron shell. Ilarwin turned, eyes widening at the sight. If we can awaken those sigils, we may bind it once again. Durin gave a curt nod. Then you two tend to your glowing scratches. I'll keep this wraith busy. Before they could object, Durin roared a challenge and charged the spirit directly. The bound one met him mid-air, its frost trailing like wings. The dwarf ducked its lashing tendril and slammed his axe into the ground. The blow sent a shock through the floor, forcing the spirit's form to scatter for a heartbeat. Amdir raced along the chamber's edge toward the sigils, Ilarwin close behind. The inscriptions shimmered faintly beneath the frost. Stars, circles, and lines, forged of an ancient power, yet the frost deadened their glow. They must be awakened, Ilarwin said. The frost must be broken. Amdir, strike the ice. He raised his blade and brought it down hard. The frost cracked, but did not shatter. The bound one turned sharply, sensing their aim. Do not touch. The chain. A tidal wave of cold surged toward them. Ilarwin thrust out her hands. A barrier of golden light flared, catching the blast. The spirit's cold hammered it like an avalanche. Strike again, she shouted. Amdir swung. The second blow broke the ice further, thin cracks webbing across the runes. Beneath them, ancient silver lines flickered. Durin roared from across the chamber as he battled the spirit alone. Hurry, you two. I cannot dance with this smoke forever. Amdir struck a third time. The frost shattered. Light burst from the sigils, running like molten metal across the stone. The bound one screamed, a sound like 1,000 glaciers fracturing at once. Ilarwin's voice rang through the chamber. Another rune! There! Amdir darted along the wall, shattering frost with blow after blow, each one unveiling more silver light. The chamber brightened, the Silmarill's fire resonating with the awakening sigils. The bound one writhed, shadows peeled from its form like smoke torn by storm winds. No, no, I will not be bound again. Durin struck its core with a mighty blow, knocking the spirit backward into the glowing runes. The chamber trembled. Silver chains, formed of pure light, unfolded from the sigils, snaking across the chamber floor, converging upon the bound one. Ilarwin raised her hands, guiding the ancient power. Hold fast, Amdir. The last sigil. There! Amdir sprinted toward a rune half buried beneath a mound of fallen stone. He leapt, brought his blade down. The ice broke. Light erupted. The chains lashed upward, ensnaring the bound one's shifting form. The spirit shrieked as the luminous bonds coiled tighter, pulling its tendrils inward, compressing the shadow into a single writhing mass. For a moment, the spirit fought, expanding, twisting, nearly breaking free. Then the Silmaril flared with blinding brilliance. The light struck the bound one like a hammer of the Valar. The spirit collapsed inward with a howl that shook the mountain, its shadow imploding into nothing. But at the last heartbeat before the light consumed it, a whisper slipped into Amdir's mind. Chosen, guardian, the fire will judge you. And then it was gone. Silence fell, save for Durin's labored breaths and the crackling heat of the Silmarill's chamber. Amdir lowered his blade. Ilarwin steadied herself. Durin leaned on his axe like a man who had just wrestled a mountain. But before any of them could speak, the Silmaril flickered. Once, twice, and the chamber trembled again. The tremor rolled through the chamber like a deep, muted thunder, slow at first, then rising into a bone-rattling quake that sent dust raining from the unseen heights above. Amdir staggered, catching himself against the warm stone. Alarwin steadied herself with one hand upon the glowing rock wall, her eyes fixed upon the Silmaril at the heart of the molten basin. Its radiance, once steady and luminous, now flickered in uneven pulses. Durin let out a groan. "Not again! Tell me the mountain isn't about to fall apart a second time." Alarwin shook her head slowly. "Not the mountain, the light." She stepped forward, brow furrowed. "The Silmaril is changing." Amdir's breath caught. The jewel rested upon its bed of molten stone like a star cradled in flame, and yet its glow wavered, casting shifting shadows across the chamber. The once bright halo that surrounded it now pulsed in erratic waves, as though some inner struggle churned within its depths. "It has felt the presence of the Bound One," Ilarwin murmured. "The shadow tried to claim it, and the jewel's fire recoils." Durin frowned. "Can a jewel fear something?" Ilarwin's expression softened. "This is no mere gem. It bears the holy light of the two trees, shaped by Feanor's craft and blessed by Varda herself. It holds memory and spirit and will." Amdir stepped closer, though the heat forced him to raise an arm across his face. "Is it dangerous?" Ilarwin nodded gravely. "Always." Another tremor rippled outward, and from the fissures in the ground seeped a faint white mist, thin, cold, unnatural. Durin swore under his breath. "That's the same frost that clung to the spirit." Amdir froze. "But the Bound One is gone." "Gone," Ilarwin agreed softly, "but not undone. Its essence was scattered, broken, not destroyed. And the Silmaril's awakening has stirred remnants that linger in the deep places of the earth." Durin grimaced. So the cursed shade left a piece of itself behind. Ilarwin knelt beside a thin stream of rising mist. Her fingers hovered just above it, and she hissed as cold pricked her skin. "This frost is the echo of its will. If left to gather, it may grow again. We cannot linger here." Amdir's gaze returned to the Silmaril. "We should take it with us." The words left him before he had fully thought them, but once spoken, they seemed certain, necessary. If the jewel remained here, unguarded, vulnerable, what would stop another shadow of the past from seeking it? The Bound One had shown that even broken remnants of evil from the First Age could claw their way back to strength. Ilarwin's voice turned sharp. "No!" Durin blinked. "No? Why not? Surely carrying the thing is better than leaving it lying atop molten rock." "No mortal or elf should lay hand upon a Silmaril," Ilarwin said. "You have read the tales. Feanor's oath, Baron's quest, the burning of hands that grasped what was never meant for them." Amdir shook his head. "Those were different times, different fates. But now, if the jewel remains, the shadow will return. And if it returns, the world will suffer," Ilarwin finished quietly. "Yes, but you do not understand the peril of touching the Silmaril." Amdir stepped nearer, heat searing his face even through the shimmering air. "Then how else do we protect it? Seal the chamber, collapse the mountain, hide the jewel deeper still?" Durin scratched his beard. "We could craft a tomb around it. Dwarven tunnels go deeper than anything this cavern knows." A sound cut him off, a soft gasp, pained, familiar. Amdir spun. From the tunnel they had descended, a figure staggered into the chamber, limping, pale, and half-frozen. The rescued treasure-seeker, his face stricken with awe and terror as the Silmaril's full light washed over him. "No," Ilarwin whispered, "not him." The man fell to his knees, trembling violently. "I followed your voices. I thought the shadow returned, but But this... His wide eyes fixed upon the Silmaril, and in their depths, Amdir saw something change, something dangerous, fever bright. A hunger awakened there, a longing that mirrored stories of old. Durin stepped forward quickly. "Stay back from the edge, man. The heat will flay you alive." But the man did not hear, did not even blink. He reached a trembling hand toward the glow as if entranced, drawn like a moth to the sun. "It's beautiful," he whispered, "beautiful. And it calls..." Amdir lunged, catching his arm before he could crawl closer. "Enough! You must turn away." The man's head snapped toward him, eyes fevered with desperation. "You do not understand. It wants to be held." Alarwin strode forward, her voice ringing with firm authority. "The Silmarils do not want anything from mortals. That longing you feel is your own undoing. Pull back or you will perish." The man wrenched against Amdir's grip. "Let me go. I must have it." Amdir tightened his hold. "You will not. Listen to her." But the man screamed, twisting violently. In his panic, he struck Amdir's wounded side from the earlier battle, sending pain lancing through him. His grip faltered. The man broke free. He lurched forward toward the blazing pool. Durin roared and lunged. Amdir shouted his name. Alarwin cried out a warning. The man slipped on the uneven stone. His hand brushed the molten edge. A blinding flash erupted, white and terrible. The man's scream tore through the chamber as the Silmaril's fire seared through flesh and bone. His form crumpled, consumed by radiant flame in an instant, leaving nothing but ash upon the glowing rock. Silence crashed over the chamber. Amdir stared, heart pounding. The smell of burned air stung his throat. Durin bowed his head, jaw tight. By the Maker, that was no death anyone should meet. Alarwin swallowed hard, her voice trembling despite her composure. That is why none may hold a Silmaril. Its purity burns unworthy flesh. Amdir tore his gaze from the ash. Then we truly cannot move it. No, Alarwin said. We can only guard it, or seal it so deeply that no hand will ever find it again. Durin pointed toward the glowing fissures. The mountain grows restless. If we tarry, we'll be trapped. We must choose quickly. Amdir gazed upon the Silmaril once more. Its light pulsed, steady now, as though the jewel had cast judgment and returned to its calm. It must be sealed, he said. The spirit knows this place. Others may one day find these tunnels. But the Silmaril cannot fall to any living hand. Alarwin nodded slowly. Then there is but one choice. Collapse the chamber. Sink the jewel beneath stone so deep no shadow can reach it. Durin cracked his knuckles. Aye, mountain work is dwarven work. If any can bury a star, it is one of Durin's line. Amdir exhaled. Then let us begin. But as they turned to plan the collapse, a faint tremor ran beneath their feet. A whisper drifted up from the depths below, not the bound one's voice, but another, fainter, older. Do not bury the light. Amdir froze, dread tightening in his chest. Durin swore. Alarwin's face went pale as moonlit snow, because this voice was not the spirit's. It was something far more ancient. The whisper drifted through the chamber like the sigh of a dying wind, faint yet unmistakable, an echo carried from an age so ancient that the very stone around them seemed to quiver in remembrance. Amdir stiffened, hand tightening around his blade. Alarwin's breath caught, her eyes widened with a mixture of awe and fear. Durin, who had weathered countless deep places beneath mountains, stepped back as though the shadow of something far greater had brushed past him. Did you hear that? Amdir whispered. I did, Alarwin replied. Her voice hushed. But that was not the bound one, nor any wandering spirit. Durin swallowed. Then what was it? The whisper came again, threading through the rising steam. Do not bury the light, for the light is not yours to hide. Amdir felt the hairs at the back of his neck rise. There was no malice in the voice, no hunger, no icy hatred. Instead, it bore a weary sorrow, like the afterglow of a once great fire fading beneath the weight of centuries. Alarwin took a step toward the molten basin where the Silmaril rested. This voice carries memory older than Middle Earth, she murmured, older than the mountains, older than the seas. Amdir, this is the echo of Amon's blessing. Durin frowned. A blessing that speaks? That's new to me. It is not speech as mortals know it, she said. The Silmarils were hallowed by Varda. Light clings to memory, memory clings to the world. There are places where echoes of the Valar linger still, faint, distant, fading, but alive. Amdir stared at the jewel. Its radiance had steadied, but now it glowed with a deeper warmth, as though responding to the whisper. Then the Silmaril itself called out? Alarwin shook her head. No, the jewel does not speak, but the light within it is a remnant of the two trees, Laurelin and Telperion. Through it, echoes of the west still breathe. That is what we hear. Durin let out a long breath. So the jewel begs us not to hide it. It warns us, Alarwin said softly, but does not command. Amdir stepped back from the basin, troubled. If we bury it, the world may lose its light forever. Yet if we leave it unguarded, shadows will rise again to claim it. The chamber rumbled, reminding them that time was short. Fine cracks spread along the ceiling, releasing showers of glittering dust. Far-off booms echoed through the lower tunnels, shifts beneath the mountain's foundations. Durin pointed with the haft of his axe. We must make our choice now. The mountain won't wait for us to debate. Amdir clenched his jaw. We cannot leave the Silmaril exposed. Not after all that's risen for its sake. But we cannot bury it forever, Alarwin countered. That voice was not anger, it was warning. If we hide the light, then darkness may one day grow stronger for want of it. Durin huffed, and if we leave it shining free, every wretch in the north will be drawn here like flies to honey. Amdir stepped to the very edge of the molten pool. The heat beat upon him like the breath of a forge. The Silmaril's light reflected in his eyes, bright as dawn. His heart ached with the weight of choice. He felt the echo of the bound one's whisper, the trembling fear of the treasure seekers, the desperate longing of the man who had reached for the jewel and burned. What if, Amdir said slowly, we do neither? Alarwin blinked. Neither? Durin muttered. This had better be good. Amdir turned to the mind racing. We cannot carry the Silmaril. We cannot bury it. But there is another way. We drive the mountain itself to seal and reshape the chamber. Not to hide the jewel, but to guard it. To create a place where light may shine, yet no hand may reach it. Durin stroked his beard. A vault, forged by the mountain's own bones. Alarwin considered the idea. A sanctuary of stone, a hollow, where only light may pass and flesh may not. Amdir nodded. The Silmaril remains visible, its radiance unquenched, but unreachable, protected. Durin's eyes lit with newfound resolve. A relic ward made of living rock. That I can do. Alarwin raised her hand, tracing a delicate pattern in the air, and I can shape the light that remains. The Silmaril's glow can guide the stone, revealing paths where frost cannot seep. Amdir drew a breath. Then we act quickly. Durin, collapse the outer tunnels. Ilarwen, strengthen the chamber's heart. I will clear the upper ledges and drive back any shadow that remains. Durin grinned fiercely. Now that is a plan worthy of the halls of stone. Be swift, Ilarwen urged. The frost grows again. Indeed, thin tendrils of white mist seeped from cracks in the floor, remnants of the bound one's shattered essence, crawling together like strands of smoke-seeking form. They slithered delicately across the stone, gathering in corners, swirling with quiet menace. Amdir dropped into a fighting stance. Go, I'll slow it. Durin roared and slammed his axe into the wall with all his might. The impact thundered through the chamber, sending waves of stone rippling outward. Cracks formed in controlled arcs, dwarven craft guided by instinct as old as their people. Ilarwen lifted her hands, drawing strength from the Silmarill's light. A warm glow spread from her fingertips, weaving threads of golden radiance across the dome, reinforcing weakening arches. Amdir danced between rising mists, striking each tendril that gathered enough to take shape. His blade, still kissed by Ilarwen's earlier blessing, left streaks of light through the smoke. The remnants of the bound one retreated but did not vanish. The mountain roared. A series of violent tremors shook the ground. Rocks tumbled from above. Molten stone sloshed dangerously near the basin's edge, but Durin worked furiously, directing each fall with precision, sealing the lower tunnels with controlled collapses that sent fountains of sparks into the air. Ilarwen's voice rose in a melodic chant, ancient elven words that braided with the Silmarill's light. Gold threads wrapped the chamber walls, reinforcing them with strength beyond mortal shaping. Amdir carved through another mass of the spirit's residue, driving it back toward the abyss from which it had risen. Last strike, Durin shouted. He swung with all his might. The final collapse thundered down. A pillar of stone plunged into place, sealing the outer depths. The entire mountain seemed to exhale a shuddering breath as the chamber stabilized, more secure, more ancient, and more unreachable than before. Ilarwen lowered her arms, exhausted but triumphant. It is done. Durin leaned on his axe, panting, a vault worthy of any king. Amdir approached the basin one last time. The Silmarill rested in its cradle of molten stone, its light calm and steady. The mist had vanished. The frost was gone. The voices were silent. He bowed his head. This place is safe. Ilarwen touched his shoulder gently. For now, and for long years to come. Durin nodded. Then let us leave this cursed depth behind us. Amdir took one last look at the hidden jewel, shining in its eternal fire. Then he turned away, leading his companions toward the newly forged exit, a narrow passage carved by collapse and chance. Behind them, the Silmarill glowed undimmed, but far below in cracks, the light did not reach. Something stirred, something faint and cold, not yet defeated. For even shattered shadows remember the warmth of a fire they once sought to claim. The new passage was narrow and steep, carved by the mountain's convulsions and Durin's hammering. The air grew cooler with every step they climbed, though the faint heartbeat of the Silmarill's light continued to pulse behind them, echoing through the stone like the memory of a distant star. Amdir led the way, one hand on his blade, the other steadying himself against the rough wall. Ilarwen followed, her light dim but steady, while Durin trudged heavily at the back, muttering about stone-tight tunnels and the unreasonableness of mountains. Though the spirit was seemingly sealed away and the chamber secured, none felt ease. There was a weight in the air, a tension that clung to them like the damp chill of winter before dawn. They reached a sharp turn where the passage bent upward in a spiral. Amdir paused, testing the footholds. The walls were wet with condensation, and thin threads of frost curled along the floor. Durin frowned. That frost shouldn't be here. Alarwin stepped closer, touching the icy thread with her fingertips.
"This is not from the Bound One," she whispered. "It is merely the mountain settling. Cold from the upper vents sinks down these narrow shafts." "Good," Durin grunted. "I'd hate to find that shadow clawing its way back so soon." Amdir said nothing, but he kept watchful eyes on the frost patterns. They were harmless for now. Yet the quiet gnawed at him, the stillness uncanny after the violence below. The path stretched on, the climb was long and wearying, and they moved as though swimming against the weight of all they had endured. At one point, Durin stopped entirely to catch his breath. "Let us rest here," he said at last. "My legs have battled enough today, and if this tunnel narrows any further, I'll have to shed half my gear to squeeze through." Amdir inspected the surroundings. The chamber was scarcely taller than 2 men, with a slanted ceiling and stone jutting like teeth from the walls. Yet it was stable enough, and a faint draft hinted at an opening above. "Very well," Amdir replied. "We stop here briefly." Durin sank onto a flattish rock, stretching his legs and massaging one shoulder. Ilarwin settled down beside Amdir, her face pale from exertion, though her eyes remained alert. For a time none spoke. Then Ilarwin broke the silence. "We have done something great this day," she said softly, as if speaking to the stone itself. "Few in Middle-earth ever behold a Silmaril. Fewer still stand before its light and endure. And none for many ages, have shaped the fate of one." Durin snorted softly. "I, though shaping mountains is more my craft than meddling with elven stars." She smiled faintly. "Mountains are older than stars in their own way." Amdir glanced between them, then looked upward. "And yet I cannot shake the feeling that we have stepped into something larger than ourselves. The Bound One was no mere remnant. Something drove it awake. Something stirred it." Ilarwin's brow tightened with worry. "You fear the darkness that birthed it? Or something else?" Amdir took a long breath. "I fear the silence. When evil falls, there's always an echo, and I wonder if the echo has already begun." Durin grumbled. "Your words make more sense to elves than dwarves, lad. But I'll say this. There's always something lurking in the deep places. Always." Ilarwin placed a gentle hand on Amdir's arm. "Your heart carries too much weight, Amdir. Trust that what we accomplished below will hold. It will take ages for any darkness to piece itself together again." Amdir nodded slowly. "Perhaps." But his gaze lingered on the thin tendril of frost at the far edge of the chamber. A harmless thing, Ilarwin had said, yet it curled in a pattern he could not dismiss. A branching line splitting and splitting again, like veins whispering of a buried presence. Still, he said nothing. After their rest, they continued upward. The passage widened gradually until finally the air warmed and fresh wind brushed their faces. Amdir quickened his pace. Ilarwin's light flickered and went out as natural daylight spilled through the stone. They emerged onto a high ridge overlooking the northern wastes. Amdir breathed deeply,
cold, sharp air that tasted of snow and sky. The clouds above stretched in great silver layers, and the wind carried the scent of pine from distant slopes. Durin stepped out and thumped the ground with his boot. "Solid earth," he said with satisfaction. "That is a comfort I'll never take for granted again." Elarwen shaded her gaze and surveyed the land. "We are farther east than I expected. The mountain's collapse must have shifted old paths." Amdir nodded. "We must circle back to retrieve the survivor we left behind." Durin frowned. "If he's still breathing. These mountains are no friend to the lost." "We promised to return for him," Amdir said. "We will." They set off along the ridge, following a narrow trail that wound between sharp crags and rolling fields of snow. The wind howled in occasional gusts, yet there was peace here, the stillness of a world vast and untouched by the battles below. Hours passed, and gradually the ridge descended into a wide valley scattered with boulders and stunted trees. It was towards this valley that Amdir led them, certain he recognized the formations, but as they crossed the final rise, they halted as one. The valley floor was covered in a thin blanket of frost, far more than before. The rocks glittered with rime. The moss lights that once danced along the walls of the lower chamber now flickered faintly across the ground like dying stars. And lying near the mouth of a cave was the man they had left behind. Amdir's heart sank. They rushed toward him. Elarwen knelt, lifting his head gently. His face was pale, too pale, and his breath shallow, each drawn with a ragged sound. Durin clenched his teeth. "He does not look well." The man's eyes fluttered open. They locked on Amdir. You came back," he whispered. Amdir bowed his head. "We promised." The man's hand trembled as he tried to raise it. Amdir caught it, holding it steady. "The frost came after you left," he whispered. "I thought it was the shadow, but it was something else." Elarwen leaned close. "What did you see?" The man swallowed, fear flickering across his face. A shape, small, crawling, like a fragment of smoke, searching the ground. It did not come near me, but it whispered. Amdir stiffened. "Whispered?" The man nodded faintly. It said, "Where's the guardian?" Amdir felt the blood drain from his face. Durin cursed. "Fragments of the bound one. Shards of shadow left behind." Elarwen shook her head. "The seal holds. They should not be able to rise." "They cannot rise," the man whispered weakly, "but they can wander, searching." His grip tightened suddenly on Amdir's hand with surprising strength. "It seeks you. It said your name." Amdir's breath caught. The man's fingers loosened. His eyes drifted closed. Elarwen placed a hand over his heart, then looked up. "He lives," she said, "barely. We must bring him somewhere safe." Amdir nodded, though the weight in his chest deepened. As Durin lifted the man carefully onto his shoulder, Elarwen approached Amdir. "You fear that the spirit marked you?" she said. Amdir stared out across the frost-touched valley. It did more than that. He looked at the ground, at the thin line of frost reaching toward them like a trail. "It is following me." The frost line slithered across the stones like a pale serpent, its thin crystalline trail glinting beneath the gray light of morning. It wound from the mouth of the cave, weaving its way toward Amdir's feet, as though guided by unseen will. The wind blew hard across the valley, yet the frost did not melt nor falter. It crawled slowly, steadily, like a finger pointing toward its chosen mark. Amdir stood very still. Durin shifted uneasily beneath the weight of the injured man. "I do not like this. Frost that follows footsteps is never good news. Elarwen placed herself between Amdir and the creeping line, her cloak stirring in the cold breeze. "Do not touch it," she warned. "This frost carries the last echoes of the bound one, thin as smoke, but its will lingers still." "But the chamber was sealed," Durin argued. "We buried that thing beneath a mountain." Elarwen nodded slowly. "Aye, its strength was broken, but not its memory. Shadows leave echoes, like all things shaped by spirit. Even shattered, the remnants may cling to what they once desired." Amdir exhaled, feeling the weight press upon him like a tightening noose. "It seeks the Silmaril still." Elarwen turned, gazing at him with steady eyes. "No, not now. The Silmaril is beyond its reach. What it seeks is you." Durin grunted. "That is hardly reassuring." Amdir's voice came quietly. "From the moment it awoke, it whispered my name. It waited. It hunted. It marked me." The frost line pulsed faintly as though in answer. Amdir stepped back instinctively, but the frost inched forward, mirroring his movement. Elarwen lifted her hand, and her voice rose in a low, melodic chant. Warm light gathered along her fingers, golden and soft, spreading into the air like the glow of dawn. Where it touched the frost, the crystalline threads recoiled, shrinking like a creature driven from the sun. The frost retreated several paces, curling like smoke blown backward and then stilled. Durin allowed himself a relieved grunt. "That's better," but Elarwen did not lower her hand. "It cannot harm us in this form," she said, "but it seeks to fulfill the last command it remembers. Amdir must remain wary. Where he walks, the frost will follow until its final spark fades." Amdir looked down at the trail, thin, fragile, powerless though persistent. "How long until it fades?" Elarwen shook her head. "Until the last echo of the bound one's will is gone from this world. Perhaps days, perhaps weeks." She met his gaze. "But it cannot rise again. It no longer has form nor power enough to shape one. This is only shadow, memory, following the one it marked in its final breath." Durin hefted the unconscious man on his shoulder. "Then let us leave this cursed place before memory decides to grow clever." They left the valley and journeyed southward along the windswept ridges. The day wore on with long hours of silence, broken only by the crunch of boots and the distant cry of mountain hawks. Amdir led the way, every so often glancing behind to see the faint, shimmering line winding after him like a ghost light upon the stones. It grew no closer nor farther, always the same distance, as though tethered. By late afternoon they reached a sheltered hollow where a few stunted pines bent against the wind. Smoke drifted from the valley below, thin, gray, and gentle. Durin lifted his head. A campfire. Someone's nearby. Amdir's heart steadied slightly. Perhaps other rangers, or mountain herdsmen. Elarwen listened for a moment, then nodded. No malice in the smoke, only warmth. They descended carefully until they came upon a small camp nestled between two boulders. A group of herdsmen huddled around a fire, their cloaks heavy with snowmelt, their faces lined with good-natured weariness. They rose in alarm at first, but when they saw Amdir's bearing and heard Elarwen's gentle greeting, their caution eased. One stepped forward. "Travelers? You come from the high ridges? Few venture there." Amdir nodded. "We seek shelter for a wounded man. His life hangs by a thread." The herdsmen exchanged glances before one gestured toward their tent of stitched hides. "Bring him. Our healer tends to all in need." Durin laid the man down within, and the healer, a broad-shouldered woman with bright, keen eyes, examined him with practiced care. After a long moment, she nodded. "He will live," she said. "His spirit is shaken, but his body endures." Relief washed across Amdir's face. "Thank you." The healer looked at him sharply. "You carry a shadow on your boots, Ranger. Something cold follows you." Amdir stiffened. "You can see it?" "Only a glimpse," she replied. "A thread of frost lingering in your wake." Alarwin stepped forward. "It is harmless, only an echo, but we must remain vigilant." The healer nodded. "Then rest here for the night. The mountains grow treacherous after dark." That evening, as the sun dipped below the peaks and the stars emerged like scattered jewels across the sky, the companions sat with the herdsman by the fire. The warmth felt good, too good for Amdir, who could not help glancing toward the edge of the camp where the frost thread gleamed faintly in the starlight. Durin saw the movement and sighed. "If it keeps following you into decent company, lad, we'll have to start charging it lodging." Amdir shook his head, smiling despite himself. "It is like a shadow, half remembered, refusing to fade." Alarwin's expression softened. "All spirits leave a final trace, even those of great malice, but you need not fear it. It is bound no longer." Amdir gazed into the fire. "It called me guardian." "You are," Alarwin said gently. "You helped safeguard a Silmaril, something few mortals could claim and none lightly. Then why do I feel as though this story is not yet finished?" Durin poked the fire. "Because no story truly ends. It only rests until the next fool or hero stumbles upon it." Amdir let the words settle in the quiet. The crackling fire, the soft rise and fall of evening wind, the comfort of companions beside him. These were things that pushed back the heavy weight of the cavern's memories. He closed his eyes. For the first time in many days, he allowed himself peace. At dawn, they prepared to depart. The wounded man would remain with the herdsman until he regained his strength, grateful and humbled. Amdir stood at the edge of the camp as the sun crested the eastern ridge, its light scattering frost into bright sparks. The trail of frost behind him shimmered faintly, thinner now, its glow dimming. Alarwin approached. "It is fading." Durin joined them, adjusting his pack. "Good riddance." Amdir looked out across the wide northern lands, cold, vast, and forever burdened by ancient memories. "We will tell no one of the Silmaril's resting place," he said. "Not now, not ever." Alarwin nodded. Knowledge of such light would only draw new darkness. Durin grunted. "And we have buried enough shadows for one lifetime." Amdir took a deep breath. "Let the mountain guard its secret. Let the world move forward without it." And as they turned southward, toward safer lands, toward lives that awaited them beyond cold caverns and collapsing stone, the last thread of frost behind Amdir evaporated into the warming air. The echo of the bound one was gone. The Silmaril slept. And Middle-earth breathed easier for a time. For though ancient fires slumber deep and old shadows fade, the tales of Middle-earth never truly end. They wait, patient as stone, until the world calls them forth once more.